All right, Joel is released in his Scat Pack Challenger. He is coming to the half, ladies and gentlemen. $147.8 at the half. $159.4 at the mile. And he's slowing down at the 2K. You know, ladies and gentlemen, here at the ECTA, it's not a question of if you'll be able to run. It's more of a question of how many runs will you be able to make. And that's how many runs do you want to make. We've had people make 70 runs in a weekend. So come on and make your runs. Sydney Martin up next, driving her new bike, a 2023 Yamaha YZF R1M. Cindy Martin out of the box, ladies and gentlemen, heading for the half. She is a very experienced motorcycle rider. 180.8 at the half. 193.3 at the mile. 198.6 at the 2K. Up next, Joe Miller in his 2020 Kawasaki ZH2. $169 at the half. $174.6 at the mile. 180 at the 2K. All right, this is Brad Sather in his 69 Pontiac Firebird McLaren Racing Green. Team BBT Fab out of Texas. The sponsors are BBT Fab and ESP. His goal for this race is to get into the 200-mile-an-hour club. And the current ECTA mile and 2K class record holder. It's an all-aluminum Pontiac 482 Butler motor, twin-turbo T56 six-speed. Let's hope he gets into that 2 club. And a manual shift car, that is very cool. $165 at the half. $198.8 at the mile. $212 at the 2K. Hey, I know this guy. Jamie Hammond, the orange 94 Dodge Viper, just been released. $143.6 at the half. At the mile, 157.4, and the 2K, 164. Gustav on the go in his 22 BMW. At the half, 135.4. Red Corvette pulling up. I wonder who that could be. At the mile, 150 miles an hour. And at the 2K, 129, slowing down. Andy Waddell in the starting line. Love that sound of the lumpity lump cam. '11 Vet, driven by Andy Waddell. $141 at the half. $176.9 at the mile. And $193.7 at the 2K. Andy Waddell. We are doing a little research at the moment, but there seems to be some belief that he does hold the record for the most car runs here at Blytheville of 250 runs since he's been racing here. I'm not sure of that year, maybe 2018, but I'm not sure about that. But 250 runs, and I believe in one weekend he ran 70. Okay, on the go is Ken Setchler in his 22 Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R. $174 at the half, $180 at the mile, and $184 at the 2K. Rick Prosser at the starting line in his motorcycle sidecar hack. Rick Prosser's been cleared and heading to the half, ladies and gentlemen. .105 at the half, ladies and gentlemen. The mile should be popping up pretty quickly. And 110 at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen. Doug Redicott has been released in his 24 Corvette on the go. And they're pushing the belly tank up to the start line. Love those belly tanks. And he just passed the half mile, folks, 149, heading for the mile. Belly tank to the start line, 152 at the mile, folks. There it goes. Well, you don't know what I'm talking about, but that's all right. Slowing down at the 2K. The Tachman Car Club belly tank. Man, you should hear this flathead. Going to be a push start vehicle. Joe Timney was involved in this flathead. I'm sorry, probably in the chassis work and stuff. You can't get almost no better than Joe Timney, let me tell you. He does good work. Waiting for the release. This is Bert Heath, 1950s belly tank Lakester. And the push truck is exiting, and the belly tank is on the go. Now that's a flathead motor. It sounds really good. 123.3 at the half. Corvette pulling in. New vet, newish vet. Oh, I know this guy. I was looking for that car yesterday. At the half, 123. At the mile, 143. And at the 2K, 150. Man, that's pretty good for a flathead. In fact, that's real good for a flathead. Carla Mitchell on the go in her 23 vet, looking for the half, and I just found out that the aviation museum right outside the gate is going to be open until 7 o'clock tonight, folks. 7 o'clock. The museum just told me 7 o'clock. The aviation museum is going to be open till tonight. That's exciting. I'm going to try and go. 150.6 at the half, 170.6 at the mile, and 180 at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen. Aviation Museum open till 7 o'clock tonight, folks. Z01 Camaro at the starting line. That's a rare car, by the way. John Coffin, 23 Chevrolet Camaro. ZL1. And he's been released. Hey, and that's a Mississippi car. Check that out. John Coffin out of Mississippi, 23 Chevrolet Camaro. $133.9 at the half. A vet pulling into the start line. Slowing down at the mile, must be running just the half. Spencer King and his '08 vet is on the go. $153 at the half, $178 at the mile, and $190 at the 2K. Next up, Cadillac CTSV. Randy Story in his 15 CTSV Caddy. Just been released. $151.3 at the half for the CTSV Cadillac. $136.8 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K. Okay, on the go is King Ron Keselowski in his 63 Corvette. The name of the team is the Keselowski Racing out of Detroit, Michigan. He wants to be, his goal at this event is to be the fastest car at this event. And he's running 2:32 at the mile and slowing down at the 2K. And Rick Prosser just pulled into the start line, again riding his motorcycle hack. Richard Prosser on the go in his 22 KTM with sidecar. .104.3 at the half. All right, 104 at the half, 107 at the mile. Gerald Wachter in his 21 Dodge Challenger, Hellcat, wide body, leaving the start line. Corvette pulling into the start line. 143 at the half. Just went through the mile at 162 and change. At the 2K, 173. Rob Veroni in the 03 Corvette is going to be next. Jenny Bailey, or Bailey's, 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa, maroon, from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Rutsch Racing and Marshalls Racing. Going over 200 miles an hour is the goal for this weekend. And she is the fastest female. In 2016, the bike went 200 miles an hour here in Arkansas in 2016. And Rob Veroni is on the go in his 03 Chevrolet Corvette. And we got a BMW pulling into the start line. And we have a great racing day going, folks. If you haven't been out to the race yet, well, this is the morning to do it. The weather's cool, no wind. 142 at the half, 147 at the mile. I can hear him slowing down at the 2K. Let's not forget, we've got Alex and Madison, who are photographers. They are on site. They'll be more than happy to take pictures of you racing your car, but they can also do photo shoots in the pits with the crew, and perhaps even some other locations. You just have to contact them. Probably the best thing to do is to go to the registration booth and ask for them, and they'll be more than happy to set you up with them. Good people, good. They take good pictures. The BMW has been released, and that's Gustav in his 22 BMW. And don't forget about the merchandise we also have at the registration booth. We've got T-shirts and sweatshirts and 30th anniversary merchandise, which is actually absolutely gorgeous. And we have clearance merchandise as well, $5 t-shirts. We've got stickers and hats. And I think there's some other stuff in there, but go check it out. It's pretty cool stuff. Andy Waddell pulling up into the start line. Mr. Corvette himself. 134 at the half, 149 at the mile for the BMW. And slowing down at the 2K. Andy Waddell is on the go, driving his 2011 Corvette Z06 out of Detroit, living there now, originally out of England. He's been 199 plus, still trying for 200 miles per hour, that elusive, ultimate 200 miles per hour. His goal is 200 miles an hour here. 158 at the half, 185 at the mile, 198.9 at the 2K. Let's wish him luck and hope he gets to 200 at this event. And like I said earlier, we think he holds the record in amount of car runs that has been made. We think it's around 250 car runs since he's been racing here, at around 250. All right, next up is Jenny Bales, the maroon 07 Suzuki Hayabusa. That's for you, Dan, Hayabusa. And she's on the go. Hit it, girl. Yep. $136 at the half for Jenny. $150 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K. And it looks like Rick is probably getting ready to make another pass. Waiting for the all clear. John Coffin in his 23 Camaro. All right, 150 at the half, 172 at the mile, slowing down at the 2K. Rick Prosser at the start line. All right, Rick Prosser has just been released. Driving his 22 KTM. With the sidecar. 104 at the half for Rick. 106 at the mile. And 109 at the 2K for Rick Prosser. Derek Maines on the go. 2012 Kawasaki Ninja ZX14R. Carla Mitchell just leaving the starting line, folks, in the 23 Corvette of hers. Speedway Motors Special 32 car just pulled into the start line. Carla turned a 151.4 at the half. $170 at the mile, $178 at the 2K. Bill Schneider in his 06 NASCAR sitting at the start line, folks. He's just been released. Yeah, this is the car I've been waiting. 141.5 at the half mile, 165 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K. Another Z06 sitting at the starting line. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been advised by our techno wizard that the live stream is up. Live stream is up. Chip Carter has just been released in his 24 Z06 Vet. On the go, driving them paddle shifts. And a twin turbo number 84 Speedway Special Corvette just pulled into the start line. 1:49 at the half mile. For Tripp. Slowing down slightly, just driving the half. We are live streaming, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Martin on the go, driving his '86 Corvette, 1:44.6 at the half. Andy Waddell at the start line, 1:66 at the mile. And 1:75 at the 2K. Gail Hone just got released to go. '07 Vet manual shift car. At the half, 1:28.7. And I believe this is a rookie run. Dennis Mader just been released in his BMW M Coupe. Oh, got a little squirrely there, but he straightened it out. He's heading fine. Another BMW getting to the start line. 165.3 at the half. 194.9 at the mile. 207 at the 2K. 207 at the 2K. Yeah, I like that little squirrely stuff. Next up is Mr. Gustav in his 24 BMW four-door sedan. This is Gary, our favorite firefighter, 2016 Ram 2500 Power Wagon. It's a daily driver. His goal is to go fast. All right, Gary, our favorite firefighter is on the go. 25. At the half, it's 99 miles an hour in that Power Wagon, driven by our favorite firefighter, Gary. 112 at the mile. And 119 at the 2K. And the famous Matt Durand on the go in his 23 Suzuki Gixxer. And I say famous because he is well known within motorcycle racing circles and well respected. 167.6 at the half, 176 in the mile, 184 at the 2K. Joe Miller just been released, 2020. Kawasaki ZH2. And the Caddies CTSV pulling up, 168.2 at the half. $172.9 at the mile. And 173 at the 2K. Randy Story is just leaving the start line, folks, in his 15 Cadillac CTSV. And we got a Hayabusa pulling into the start line. 150.9 at the half, 173 at the mile, and slowing down at the 2K. Alan Maines in his light green 2012 Kawasaki Ninja ZX-14R has just been released and making a run for it. $172 at the half for Alan Maines, $193 at the mile, and slowing down at the 2K. Up next, Bill Elmore in his 15 Vet. And he's been released. $178 at the half. And $210 at the mile, folks. $227 at the 2K. All right, folks, we are on course hold. Course hold. Course hold. David Newbern making a rookie half-mile pass. And if that name is familiar to you, David Newbern is half of the Newbern Cotton Motor Trend TV show that you've seen, and they are here in Blytheville at our event, actually making doing some filming, and it's going to show up. And at the half, he runs 151 and a half at the half mile. And John just left the starting line in search of the half in his 99 Confederate, 143 at the half. And slowing down at the mile, he's just racing the half. Got a Honda sitting at the start line. All right, Scott Miller's just been released in his 19 Honda. And here comes Rick Prosser coming into the starting line, riding his motorcycle without his sidecar now. 153.5 at the half mile for Scott Miller. .163 at the mile, just passing the mile. And 166 at the 2K for Mr. Miller. .112 at the half for Rick. Mr. Giammo at the start line. Got to watch him, he's always fast. Rick Prosser picking it up without that sidecar. 112, 114 at the mile. .116 at the 2K. You can tell that hack really slows him down, but that's all part of it. Fred Giammo just been released in his ZX14 Ninja. And Fred does 152 at the half. .159 at the mile. And 175.9 at the 2K. .170.9 at the 2K, 159 at the mile. Terry Riker waiting at the start line. We're waiting for the all clear. We are waiting for the all clear. Gary Riker waiting at the start line. Riker Land Speed Racing, the 114 car. Clark Rosenstengel up here at the announcing booth. Pretty cool. All right, Terry Riker's been approved to go. All right, Jamie Hahn pulling into the start line is orange, 94 Viper. And he's been released. Viper down, window up. At the half, it's 150.6 miles an hour for Jamie Hahn in his 94 Viper. Motorcycle coming up, a Suzuki Hayabusa. That's right, Dan. That's what I said, Hayabusa. Mr. Ted, how are you doing tonight, sir? Who's that for? Richard Prang in his blue 02 Suzuki Hayabusa. $161 at the half. And just passing the mile at 154 miles an hour and slowing down at the 2K. Jenny Bales on the go, driving a maroon 07 Suzuki Hayabusa. Another motorcycle pulling into the start line. $156 at the half. $178 at the mile. And 190 at the 2K. Derek Main's on the go, driving his 12 Ninja ZX14R. Test, 1, 2. Yep. Tracy Higginbottom pulling into the start line in her Corvette. And Derek, 157 at the half. 180 at the mile. And 191 at the 2K. And Tracy is driving her 2019 Vet Z06 Red M2K Motorsports team. She's from, she and her husband, Ted, are from College Station, Texas. Tracy says that she loves her car, and they do love their Corvettes. Their sponsors are M2K Motorsports. Her goal at this event is to run 200 miles per hour and have a safe run. They have a half a mile and a 2K record. And she and her husband are both in the 2 Club here and in Texas. Plus, we both have run at the Salt at Bonneville. So let's see what she does here. She's a good driver, I can tell you that. 168.9 at the half. $198 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K. Carla Mitchell, 23 Vet, sitting at the starting line. And Carla Mitchell is on the go, leaving the starting line, heading for the half. $151 at the half. $170 at the mile. And 180 at the 2K. And Paul Lemon. Paul Lemon just left the start line. And he's driving a 15 Kawasaki H2. 99 at the half. $95 at the mile. Richard Presser still riding his KTM, but without sidecar right at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. $112 at the half for Rick. And $114 at the mile. And $115 at the 2K. Mark Heidings has just been given the go, and he's driving his 24 Vet motorcycle. Just pulled into the start line. And the half, 149, the mile, 170, and the 2K, 181. Matt Duran just left the start line. At the half, Matt's running 171. Coming up real quickly on the mile at 180. And the 2K will be coming up right now, 187 at the 2K. And folks, no AC when you're on the course. No air conditioning on the course. Turn your air conditioning off when you're on the course. No air conditioning. No air conditioning while you're on the course. Air conditioning leaks water on the course. No air conditioning on the course. Turn your AC off, please. Turn your AC off. Thank you very much. Water on the course is a no-no, especially for motorcycles. Please turn your AC off. No AC on while you're racing. Turn the AC off, please. No AC. Joe Miller just left in his 2020 Kawasaki ZH2. And we got another bike just pulling into the start line. And we got a bunch of vehicles here, folks. If you haven't been up here to make a pass, you need to come up and make a pass. The weather is beautiful today, i.e. Rick Lind. I know you haven't been up here today, but if you haven't been up to make a pass, now's the time to make a pass. Or two, or three, or four. The vehicle goes down course almost every 40 seconds or so. 168, 173 for Alan. Next up, Alan Maines and his Hayabusa. $196 at the mile, $205 at the 2K for Alan Maines. Brian Martin just been released at his 86 vet. $145 at the half for Brian Martin in his 86 vet. $166 at the mile. And $177 at the 2K. Shane Macon on a go in his 24 Hayabusa. Using that air shifter. $165 at the half. Slowing down slightly at the mile. $198.7 at the half. 2:34 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. I think that's top speed so far. Bill Schneider in his 06 NASCAR Cup car just left the starting line. Got a vet just pulled in. $143 at the half. $167 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K. Rob Veroni leaving the start line. $144.7 at the half. $173 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K.
Slowing down at the 2K.
Andrew Waddell's just been released.
Andrew Waddell has just been released.
$158 at the half. The mile, $186. And $200 at the 2K.
I'll hook you up later with
Man, you're doing just fine. All right, Rich Prosser's on the go. He just passed the half at 112. Coming up to the mile now at 100 and... Well, heck, where is it? There it is, 114 at the mile for Rick. And 117 will finish his run at the 2K.
117 will finish his run at the 2K.
Richard Prange is on the go, driving his blue O2 Suzuki Habusa.
Blue Ocean, Suzuki Habusa.
$173 at the half, $192 at the mile, and he slowed down at the 2K.
192 at the mile, and he slowed down at the 2K.
Yeah, so then about 15 minutes. Well, you could, yeah, the food's not here yet, those are the second.
Robert Maserati is on the go, driving his 2014 Ninja ZX14R. Kind of makes you wonder what kind of car he might own. 163 at the half. $185 at the mile.
185.
147 at the 2K.
147 at the 2K.
We got a couple of new bikes I'm breaking in this weekend. One of them's fast. One of them's pretty fast, but one of them's real fast. Alright? That's the one I got up right now, but it's a break-in ride. It only has 7 miles on it. The other one has 3.
Derek Maines just left the starting line, folks. And folks, we are closing the staging lanes at 10 to 12. And it's 20 to 12 now, folks. We're closing the staging lanes in 10 minutes, which will be 10 to 12. So you have about 10 minutes to get to the staging lanes if you want to make some more runs. But we are closing the staging lanes in 10 minutes, and I'll be doing some time here for you. 166 at the half, slowing down. He was making a half-mile run there. We're closing the staging lanes in 10 minutes, folks, for lunch. We're closing the staging lanes in 10 minutes for lunch.
We're closing the staging lanes in 10 minutes for lunch.
Paul Lemon leaving the start line in his 15 Kawasaki H2. $191 at the half. Are we going to have the big 206 at the mile? And slowing down at the 2K, folks. 206 at the mile. Good run.
206 at the mile. Good run.
Gary Myers on the go in his Dodge Power Wagon. Gary the fireman heading down to the half. Corvette pulling into the starting line. $99 at the half, $115 at the mile, and $122 at the 2. Doug Redicott, 24 Corvette Z06. Automatic, paddle shift, Z06. Some of the most feared letters in the automotive industry, folks. Sitting on the side of a vet. Another Hayabusa pulling into the start line. 149 at the half, 171 at the mile, and 182 at the 2K. Five more minutes until the staging lanes close, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more minutes until the staging lanes closed. 5 more minutes. Alan Maines out of the starting line, 181 at the half. 199 at the mile, 199. 206 at the 2K, folks. 206 at the 2K. Matt Duran leaving the start line, folks. And another bike pulls into the starting line, 170 at the half for Matt. 179 at the mile. And 185 at the 2K.
And 185 at the 2K.
Chris Poulin on the go, just left the start line. And a half mile won't be too far. Here it is now, 184. 1 mile coming up next at 2:06 at the 1 mile. And slowing down at the 2K. The old Stubble 57 Chevrolet car is sitting at the start line right now. It's the world's fastest Tri-5 Chevy. Bonneville Speed Week 2018 top speed 217 miles an hour, average 209 over a timed mile. It's got an interesting history. I'll read it to you when it's a little more quiet up here at the start line, but it is a beautiful looking car. If you get a chance, you ought to go down and see it down at his pit area. It's a really good looking car. I'm not sure what speed they're looking for, but of course 200 miles an hour is always a good number. 171 at the half. Man, it sounds great. I wish you could hear it. 196 at the mile. Rick Prosser pulling into the start line. 2:06 at the 2K for the old Stubble. Man, it's a beautiful looking car. I got a nice poster here. I'm going to try and get it autographed. .206 at the 2K for the old Stubble. Rick Prosser on the go, driving his KTM, no sidecar. He's having a blast out here, folks. I'm telling you, we get a car down the course about once every 40 seconds or so. So it's not a question of how many runs can you make. It's a question of just getting out here and making all the runs you want to make. And that is the question. There's people that are here that haven't even made any runs yet. Come on, man. It's beautiful today. Got a Z06 Vet sitting out here. It's a beautiful looking car. That's Gail Hone, just left the start line in his 07 Vet. Got a motorcycle sitting in the start lane. Gale 163 at the half, 188 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K.
Slowing down at the 2K.
Okay, folks, the staging lanes are shut down, sir. The staging lanes are shut down. We're going to run what's in the staging lanes. We're going to run that out. And the staging lanes are shut down, and then we'll be shut down for lunch for about 30 minutes. Staging lanes are shut down. Staging lanes are shut down. Brad Sather is on the go, driving his '69 Pontiac Firebird. $161 at the half. $130, slowing down, running a half mile. Clark Rosenstengel just left the starting line. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Shortly after, you said you initiated, but I changed it like a week later, and I didn't know you did. I was on the Steve. I was like, oh, Steve did, and I was like, do you want to change that? And he's like, no, what are you going to say? So they were changing it on a woman actor, but I'm picking on Steve. Yeah, I know.
But, no, let's just think about it, because maybe we can talk about it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, let's think about it.
Okay. Yeah, I can get it.
Listen, I don't do it. I show you. Well, get an answer here.
Well, I don't try to tell them how to do it. Like when they ask about it, I send them to ECATMO stars to your page. Is that the right place to send them?
Yeah, because we can always...
Then you can ask, if they ask the question, you answer.
Right, but we can pin something at the top that says, if you're looking for EPT Motorsport,
Yeah.
we're about
That's
to
what I call them.
Gustav just left in his black 24 BMW, heading for the half.
Maybe I need to. But like the exciting, I thought I'd get some people down here. Because the announcer, 4 times a day, I gave him the big things at Iron Dinosaur Hangout, the big 8 like the big. So I wrote down everything I wanted. Like they always count.
At the half, it's 135.
Yeah.
At the half, it's 135.
At the mile, it's 150 and slowing down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen.
150 is slowing down. 2K, ladies and gentlemen.
Andy Waddell at the start line, just been released, ladies and gentlemen. $159 at the half for Andy. $187 at the mile.
187.
And $200 at the 2K.
200 at the 2K.
Robert Maserati on the go with his 14 Ninja ZX 14R.
14R.
Spencer King on the go. 08 Corvette. Heading for the half. David Newbird pulling into the start line. Spencer King 154 at the half. 178 at the mile and 190 at the 2K. Waiting for the all clear.
Waiting for the all clear.
David Newbern driving his '99 Pontiac Trans Am.
David Newbern driving 99
Little spinny the tire out of the hole. Nice launch by David Newbern. Heading down course. First stop, half mile. At the half, 135.
Right after these for a little while, so just a heads up for him.
Down for an hour?
I think it's an hour, it might be 45 minutes, but it's still talking.
Trip Carter on the go in the white 24 Corvette. And folks, after these 4 motorcycles have gone, we're going to be on lunch break for about 30 minutes. 45 minutes, I'm sorry, 45 minutes.
35 minutes, I'm sorry,
And,
45 minutes.
And then we will resume racing.
And then we will resume racing.
$151 at the half, $171 at the mile, and $182 at the 2K.
At the mile and 182 at the 2K.
Ninja pulling into the start line.
Pulling into the start.
Rebecca Lemon, 2018 Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R.
Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R.
$154 at the half, $165 at the mile, and slowing down at the 2K.
165 at the mile and slowing down.
Next up,
Next up.
Paul Lemon on his 2015 Kawasaki H2 making a run. And we got our old standby sitting at the start line. 186 at the half mile for Paul. 200 in the mile.
200.
And 207 at the 2K. Paul Lemon does 200 at the mile.
Paul Lemon does 200.
Rick Prosser is our last run before we take a 45-minute lunch break. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Rick Prosser has just been released, our last run before lunch.
Process just been released our last run before lunch.
Head down, shoulders in, stomach in, making a run. Rick Prosser in his 22 KTM without sidecar. 115 at the half. $115 at the half. Yep.
Clear yet? It's not getting it clear. I called for car. I saw a number come through.
East Coast Trucking Association voted here in Smithfield, Arkansas. Same few rates, 1994. Start back then.
Time bomb off the start line. We are back to racing, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes may not be available, but time bomb is off the start line. Rick Prosser up next, waiting at the starting line, waiting for the all clear. At the half, Rick is running 112. At the 3/4, 113. At the half, it's 114. And at the 2K, he finishes up at 119. M2K Motorsports is sitting at the start line. And I think that's Kelly Bice sitting in that car. Mean sounding little vet. Okay, we just got course clear for Kelly in the 09 vet. At the half mile, 213.4, and slowing it down. Mark Heidings just left, 24 vet. Coming up, our Ninja motorcycle. $151 at the half, 163 at the 3/4, 174 at the mile for Mark, 185 at the 2K. Joe Miller going to be next on his 2020 Kawasaki ZH2. $168 at the half, 172 at the three-quarter, 174 at the mile, and 179 finishes up the run at the 2K. Richard Sturm just left the starting line in his 11 Corvette. $177 at the half. Motorcycle moving into the start line. 194 at the three-quarter point.
194.
At the mile, 207.
Mile 207.
Slowing down at the 2K, getting ready to turn off. Motorcycle waiting at the start line. Shane Macon on the go, 24 Hayabusa. BMW pulling into the start lane, 168 at the half mile for the Hayabusa. 177 at the three-quarter. 180 at the mile. Finishing up the run, slowing down at the 2K.
Trying to make sure you get it, speed, put it out. You know what I mean?
All right, the BMW is clear to go. Suzuki in the start lane right there. Hayden Mater, 2000 BMW, just past the half, 154, just past the three-quarter, 182. At the mile, 191.
Mile 191.
At the 2K, 204.
And 2K 204.
Man, we got some fast vehicles here today. If you haven't run today, now's the time to run. Still got some good weather here. Almost no wind, not too hot.
Almost no wind, not too hot.
According to my weather app, it's only 83 degrees here in Blytheville. Not bad at all, only 83 degrees. Humidity's fairly low. Today's a good day for racing, folks. Come on down. Rick Lind, where are you?
Come on down. Rick Lind, where are you?
Richard Prang on the go, 2002 Suzuki Hayabusa. That's right, I said Hayabusa. 176 at the half, 188 at the three-quarters. What's the mile say? Coming up quick. There it is, 196 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. Waiting for the all clear.
Waiting for the all clear.
Cindy Martin getting ready to leave on her 23 Yamaha YZF R1M.
Yamaha YZF R1M.
It looked like she lifted there between gears.
Looks like she lifted there between gears.
At the half, she's 182, three-quarter, 191, 197 at the mile for Cindy Martin. She's getting closer. $197 in the mile so far for Cindy Martin. John Bader next up in his 18 Chevrolet Camaro. Oh, got a little squirrely down there, but he seemed to straighten it
A
out.
little swirly down there, but he seemed to straighten it out.
Toby Whitehead in his 2013 Chevrolet Camaro. Car number 665. Windows up, shield is down. Good looking car too, I gotta say. Big old rag on the back of that car. Smooth takeoff. Look at that. Smooth. And quiet. Dang. 197 at the half. Woo! Slowing it down. Jenny Bales on our 07 Suzuki Hayabusa. Somebody says I'm saying that wrong. Nope, we got Ted Higginbottom coming up. All right, Jenny's been released. $164 at the 3/4, and $179 at the mile for Jenny. $191 at the 2K. Here comes Ted in his Corvette, the 1950 car. M2K does all the work for them. They do a great job. All right, Ted pulling into the starting line, I should say. And he's been released. Ted is driving his 19 Vet, 188 at the half, 206 at the 3/4, 222 at the mile. And slowing it down at the 2K. Chris Poland up next, leaving the start line on his Buell Hammerhead. And here comes Rick Prosser, driving the bike without a sidecar. And Chris, 160 at the half, 164 at the 3/4, 171 at the mile,
171 at the mile,
178 at the 2K.
178 at
Take that chair back for that.
Rick Prosser coming up on the half. It's about time. Rick Prosser, 113 at the half, a little bit slower than usual. 113.1 at the half, 113.6 at the 3/4, 114 at the mile, and 118 at the 2K. And I see Rick showing up now in his truck. And by the way, he just ran Pikes Peak with that truck and did really, really well. Matt Duran once again making a run. 23 Suzuki Gixxer. Steve Strupp out here on the starting line. Matt Duran runs a 171 half mile and a 177 3/4, a 181 mile, and a 189 2K. Fred Giamo just left. No half mile reading, 169 at the 3/4, 182 at the mile, and finishes up 195 at the 2K. Rick Lynn pushing up, getting pushed up to the start line. And that's a very interesting truck. If you get a chance, visit Rick at his pit area and let him tell you about this truck. That truck is not what it seems to appear. It's a very interesting truck. He just got back from Pikes Peak and did very, very well at Pikes. First time out at the peak. Did extremely well with that very truck right there. He brought it back to his house, made some minor changes, including gear ratio change, rear end gear ratio change, and now he's out here. His goal for the weekend is 200 miles an hour in the mile. He is a very talented guy. That is a former Cup truck that he's modified for a bunch of different stuff. He's a very talented guy, a lot of NASCAR experience, a lot of land speed experience, and he just loves what he does. And he's been released, and he's getting a push start. And he's off. Lots of power in that motor, breaking loose a little bit. But he's getting down there. It's a 67 Chevrolet Silverado. Highly modified. 152 at the half. 165 at the 3/4. How close is he going to come to 2? Hey, he's slowing it down. He'll be back. He's hoping for 200 at the mile this weekend. I hope he makes it. He's a real interesting guy. Go see him at the pits. He'll tell you all about that truck and some other stuff. Got a motorcycle in waiting at the start line. Got a whole bunch of stuff waiting to come through. Looks like I got a Cobra, a Corvette. Derek Maines is on the go. Derek Maines out of the hole, 2016 Kawasaki Ninja ZX14R, 160 at the half mile, 174 at the 3/4. David Newburn pulling into the start lane. 160 at the half, 174 at the 3/4, 182 at the mile, and finishes up 191 at the 2K. David Newburn at the start line, waiting for the all clear. I think he's done with his rookie runs. He should be good to go. So we'll see. I'm not sure. I haven't heard yet. All right, he has been cleared to go. So we're waiting. They are filming a segment here for the TV show. Newburn and Cotton, if you've seen it on the Motor Trend channel, it's a pretty cool show actually. And they're filming it right here today and partially tomorrow. Motor sounds good. And he's off. Nice start. Manual shift car sounds good. 99 Pontiac Trans Am. Let's see what he runs. Clocks don't lie. $136 at the half. $149 at the 3/4. $154 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen. Got the tank showing up. Flathead powered tank. This thing runs pretty good for a flathead. This is Bert Heath, 1940 belly tank, Lakester, flathead powered. Vehicle and team name is Tachman YOLO, number 1002, out of Kansas City and Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's a tank car built from a World War II Hellcat fighter plane. Goals for this race is 175 miles an hour. And he's got an existing record for a flathead record. And he's off. The push truck is pulling off. Bert Heath, 1950s belly tank Lakester. Got a Cobra pulling up. And Bert is approaching the half, 113 miles an hour at the half. Slowing down. 124 at the 3/4. 132 at the mile.
132 at the mile.
And 141 at the 2K.
And 141 at the 2.
Gustav Piepenburg getting ready to run his 24 BMW. Viper pulling into the starting box. 134 at the half for Gustav. 145 at the 3/4. 150 at the mile. And the 2K finishes his run at slowing down. Jamie Ham on the go, driving the orange 94 Viper. Motorcycle pulling into the starting line. 144 at the half for Jamie. And slowing down, just making a half-mile run. I got it. We're all right, we got it. Alan Maines sitting there on his Hayabusa. Oh, I'm sorry, 2012 Kawasaki Ninja ZX14R at the start line. And Alan is on the go. And once again, folks, it's not a question of how many runs can you make. It's how many runs. All right, 184 at the half, 195 at the 3/4, 202 at the mile, and finishes up 209 at the 2K. Gail Hone waiting at the start line, waiting for the all clear. Gail Hone on the go. At the half, he's going 157. At the 3/4, he passed it doing 180. He passed the mile at 197. 165, slowing it down at the 2K. Brad Sather is sitting at the start line in the 69 custom Pontiac Firebird, McLaren Racing Green, out of Texas, Georgetown. He's leaving right now, smoking them tires, doing a little dance wiggle as he's going down the course right now. Lots of power in that car. His goal for this race is to join the 200 club of the ECTA. He's got 160 at the half. Got a Corvette pulling in, Z06. 179 at the 3/4, 194 at the mile. 212 at the 2K. Doug Redicott on the go in his white 2024 Corvette. Rick Prosser sitting on his 22 KTM at the start line waiting to go. 151 at the half mile for Doug. 164 at the 3/4. 175 at the mile. And he finishes up 186 at the 2K for Doug on his 24 Corvette. And we got some cool racing going on here today. And Rick has been released. Shield down, helmet checked. All right, Rick just passed the half mile at 107. The 3/4 up, he's slowing it down, folks. And he finishes up at the 2K at 116.
And he finishes up at the 2K at 116. This is Jeff Gerner in his 93 Audi. Listen to that thing. That is insane right there. $189 at the half, folks. $206 at the 3/4. $222 at the mile. Listen to that thing. And slowing it down at the 2K.
Old Stubble just took off. A very highly modified 57 Chevrolet. Been racing since the 60s in various forms of racing. Now it's a land speed race car. Beautiful to see it up close. Nice to see it racing again. Corvette pulling into the starting lane.
Start plane.
174 at the half, 190 at the three-quarter, 201 in the mile, and 211 at the 2K. I think he met his goal. Spencer King in the 08 Vet on the go. I think their goal was to do 200 this weekend, and I think they met their goal. The old Stuball. Spencer King, 153 at the half, 167 at three-quarter, 179 in the mile, and 191 at the 2K. Got a bike sitting at the starting line. Shane Macon just been released on his 24 Hayabusa, brand new motorcycle. Well, pulling a wheelie right there, folks. That's the way you get the show done. Cindy Martin getting ready to go, folks, on the YZF R1M. She's been testing and tuning. Pulling a couple of wheelies there at the start line. Yeah, that's how you play the game. That's how she does it. $183 at the half, 189 at the three-quarter, 194 at the mile, 202 at the 2K. She's getting faster, folks. This is James Wachter in the number 22 NASCAR ARCA Black 22 circle track car, Half Nuts Racing, as they like to call their team, from Spring Lake, Michigan. It's a 358 cubic inch small block 2 engine, naturally aspirated, with Bonafide Tools and Trench Tech as the sponsors. Their goal this weekend, 200 miles an hour. And I don't know if that's just 200 miles an hour total.
Don't know if that's just 200 miles an hour total.
Hey, hey. He likes to get it right. That's the point of BCTA for years.
All right, so James is on the go, driving his vintage stock car. Got a Corvette pulling into the starting line. At the half, he's doing 144. 157 at the 3/4. And he's slowing it down. Rob Veroni just left the start line, ladies and gentlemen. And we got a motorcycle pulling up. Jenny Bales on the go on our 07 Suzuki Hayabusa. $150 at the half, $165 at the 3/4, $177 at the mile, and $189 at the 2K. Richard Prang has just left the starting line on his 02 Suzuki Hayabusa. And Rick Prosser's pulling into the start line on his 22 KTM without a side hack. 175 at the half mile for Richard Prang, 187 at the 3/4. 194 at the mile. And slowing down to turn off probably at the 2K. 106 at the 106 at the 3/4. Test 1 2. 106 at the 3/4, 107 at the mile, 115 at the 2K. Test 1 2. 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 Test 1 2.
Notice we're starting to pick up a little bit of a crosswind. A little bit, yeah. I've told you the bikers.
All right, 172 at the half, 178 at the 3/4, 182 at the mile, and 189 at the 2K. Tracy Higginbottom at the start line in her vet, running land speed. And she has been released driving her 2019 Corvette. Hitting it hard, it sounds like.
I didn't hear what he said.
171 at the half, 187 at the 3/4, 200 at the mile, 200 flat at the mile, and 211 at the 2K. Hot dog. Woo! All right, congratulations. 200 miles an hour at the mile. Scott Miller out of the hole, running his 2019 Honda. And folks, after the motorcycle that you just saw leave, we'll be on course hold for a few minutes. And he's approaching the half at 152. 158 at the 3/4. 162 at the mile. Derek Maines on the go, driving his 16 Kawasaki Ninja ZX14R, 168 at the half. At the mile, 188. At the 2K, 196. Chris Poland leaving the start line. In his 24 Kawasaki H2R. Seemed to have a little something going on there, not sure. 174 at the half mile. Yep, he's picking it up, just like my co-host says here. 191 at the 3/4, 202 at the mile. Slowing it down at the 2K, 202 at the mile. M2K Motorsports at the waiting line. Car 415 Corvette. Kelly Bice waiting patiently. And she's released. Or he. Sounds like a manual shift car. 216 at the half. Slowing it down. Waiting for the all clear from the tower. Got Robert Maserati on his Ninja ZX14R waiting patiently. He's been released. Extended swing arm. Andy Waddell pulling into the start line. Robert doing 168 at the half, 181 at the 3/4, 190 at the mile, and 153 at the 2K. Andy Waddell at the start line. All right, so Andy Waddell is going down the track now. So it's official, folks. Andy Waddell is the latest member into the 2 Club here at the ECTA. Into the 200-mile-an-hour club right here at the ECTA. And he's running 159 at the half, 174 at the 3/4, 188 at the mile, and 201 at the 2K. Andy Waddell, the latest member of the 200-mile-an-hour club at the ECTA. Congratulations, Andy. You did it, and we're proud of you. '20 Ford Mustang just leaving the start line. First a Vet, now a Mustang, and then a motorcycle. I think Rick should be on a Hayabusa somewhere along the line. 138 at the half mile for Mike. 155 at the 3/4. 164 at the mile. And 175 at the 2K. Richard Prosser on the go, riding his 22 KTM without sidecar. 114 at the half. 115 at the 3/4 mile. 115.6 at the mile. He gained about a half a mile an hour. 118.7 at the 2K, and that'll finish up his run. Got a Beamer sitting at the starting line and a Corvette pulling up behind him. That's a fancy Z06. And we got a Corvette pulling in behind that, and I can't see anything behind that. And it's just been released. Sorry, forgot to turn the mic on. Did I scare you? All right, Gustav is leaving the starting line. Corvette is approaching the start line. .134 at the half. 150 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. Trip Carter screaming out of the hole, heading to the half. Got another Corvette coming up after that. Trip's driving his 24 Vet. All right, Trip runs a 151 and a half, a 164 at the 3/4, a 175 in the mile, and finishes up at a 188 in the 2K. At the start line right now is Bill Elmore and his 15 C7 Vet. The team name is Wide Open out of Mobile, Alabama. They've spent the last 4 years to get to over 200. Wide Open TMG Racing. The goal of this race is to run 2:10 in the mile. Thanks to Marvin Lopez and Henry Elmore and the crew. Let's see what they can do all weekend. They want 2:10 in the mile. Well, that's Richard Sturmer's driving that. Okay. 176 at the half. Huh, that's a good start right there. 192 at the 3/4. 2:05 in the mile. Well, that's darn close. Slowing down at the 2K. Well, they ran 2:05 in the mile, and they're working on a 2:10 for their goal this weekend. Well, I'd say they've got a good start right there. Hayden Maters just left the starting line. He's driving his 2000 BMW. $169 at the 3/4, 186 at the mile, 2:01 at the 2K. James Wachter on the go, driving his vintage stock car. James Wachter driving the number 22 stock car, NASCAR actually, ARCA class. Block number 22, Half Nuts Racing out of Spring Lake, Michigan. 358 small block, naturally aspirated. Bonafide Tools and Trench Tech are the sponsors. Looking for 200 miles an hour this weekend. 188 at the 2K.
188 at the
Yeah, he might be able to do that this weekend. Let's hope.
You might be able to do that this weekend. Let's hope.
We got 1, 2, 3 motorcycles to go and a bunch of cars behind that.
Motorcycles to go and a bunch of cars.
Good day for racing, folks.
Good day for racing, folks.
You can make as many passes as you want this weekend.
Make a pass.
One vehicle about every 40 seconds.
One vehicle about every 30 seconds.
Scott Miller up next in his 19 Honda.
Scott Miller up next in his 19 Honda.
And he's off.
And he's off.
159 at the 3/4, 164 at the mile, and 169 at the 2K. Shane Macon on the go with 24 Habusa. $175 at the 3/4, 181 at the mile, and 188 at the 2K. There. 135 at the half, 145 at the 3/4, and 154 at the mile. Rob Veroni leaving the starting line. That's an 03 Corvette. Ron Keselowski pulling into the start line. $145 at the half, 162 at the 3/4. 174 at the mile, and slowing down at the 2K for Rob. Rob Keselowski on the go in his 63 Corvette. 198 at the half. 219 at the 3/4. 236.469 at the mile.
Old apple or new apple? Old apple. Is it old apple? That's old apple.
715.
Richard Prosser at the start line waiting for, oh, we got the all clear. Richard Prosser, 92 at the half, 95 at the three-quarter, 111 at the mile. Huh. And 117 at the 2K. Gail Hone's just been released. He's driving the 07 Corvette. $163 at the half, 176 at the three-quarter. Slowing down at the mile for Gale. Clark Rosenstengel will be next. Uh-oh. Nope, he's making an early departure from the course, folks.
Making an early departure from the course.
Terry Riker pulling into the start lane. Monte Carlo, NASCAR, Monte Carlo, car 114. Uh-oh. A little sideways action there, dancing going down the course. Looks like a little bit of smoke. 153 at the half, 156 at the 3/4. Slowing down at the mile, ladies and gentlemen. The Speedway Special, number 32 car, getting ready to pull into the start lane. Bill Schneider, 2006 NASCAR. $162 at the half, ladies and gentlemen. Motorcycle pulling into the start lane. $180 at the 3/4. $197 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K, folks.
Oops, slowing down at the 2K.
Edward Maines. $185 at the half, $192 at the 3/4, $202 at the mile. Dang. $211 at the 2K. Edward Maines, Ninja 2K, 2X. $202 in the mile. Derek Maines on the go, 2016 Kawasaki Ninja ZX 14R. Another motorcycle entering the start line. $170 at the half for Derek. $179 at the 3/4. 187 at the mile.
187 at the mile.
And 192 at the 2K.
192 at the 2K.
Richard Prangs on the go. 02 Suzuki Habusa. $177 at the half, $191 at the 3/4, $199 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K.
Slowing down at the 2K.
Fred Giammo is on the go in his 09 Kawasaki ZX14R. And we got a Z06 Vet pulling into the start line, ladies and gentlemen. 182 for Fred at the half. 189 at the 3/4.
189 at the 3/4.
Slowing down at the mile, folks. Getting ready to turn off.
At the mile. Getting ready to turn off.
Really? Mark? Mark? Okay. Great. I got one of them in the building down there, but I don't know, I ain't got nothing to move it down here with. They ain't got nothing to pick this thing up with, so.
Mark Heidings is on the go. Got a motorcycle just pulled into the starting line. 151 at the half mile for Mark.
1 at the half mile for Mark.
164 at the 3/4.
164 at the 3/4.
176 at the mile.
176 at the mile.
And the 2K, 186.
And the 2K, 186.
You're telling me.
Scott Miller just left the starting line in his 2010 Honda. 153 and a half at the half mile, 160 at the three-quarter mile,
Half mile, 160 at the
163 at the mile,
163 at the mile,
and 166 at the 2K.
166 at the 2K.
Right, which is running off that battery. Right.
Joel Walker just left the starting line in his silver 21 Dodge Challenger, ladies and gentlemen.
Too late. I got a customer.
Jamie Ham just left the starting line driving the 94 orange Dodge Viper, folks. $143 at the half. 154 at the three-quarter. Derek Maines, 171 at the half, 182 at the three-quarter, 190 at the mile, and at the 2K, that finishes up at the 2K. All right, doing a little dancing as he left the starting line here. Bill Elmore in his 2015 Corvette. Still not giving it up. Got a bunch of smoke, maybe some fire. All right. Hold on, cars. Lots of problems. Course hold, ladies and gentlemen, course hold.
Truck rolling? I don't see the fire truck rolling. Boys need to wake their butts up.
All right, folks, we are back to racing. Next up, Richard Prang just leaving the starting line. 02 Suzuki Hayabusa. Heading down course, ladies and gentlemen. 178 at the half mile. 197 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen. And let me see, the 24 vet. The Z06. Of Gail Hone. Just got cleared to leave the starting line. $164 at the half, ladies and gentlemen. $201 at the mile and slowing down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen. $201 at the mile. Another Z06 at the start line, new body style.
Another Z06 at the start line, new body style.
Doug Redicott. 24, just leaving the starting line. 24 vet, just leaving the starting line. $150 at the half. $174 at the mile and $185 at the 2K. Derek Maines out of the hole in his 16 Ninja ZX14R. Camaro pulling into the start line. 171 at the half, 188 at the mile, 197 at the 2K. This is Danny Bird just taking off in his 88 Camaro, leaving the start line. BMW pulling into the start line, 143 at the half. 159 at the three-quarter. 173 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. Waiting for the all clear, ladies and gentlemen. Time bomb going to be next. And David Newbern coming up after time bomb. Dennis Mader has been released in his 2000 BMW M Coupe. And the time bomb is in the staging lane. I'm sorry, the starting lane. And we're waiting for the all clear. Time bomb is out of the start line, ladies and gentlemen. 71 Chevrolet Camaro. Push truck is exiting at the first taxiway. 178 at the half. 199.822 at the mile. David Newbern pulling into the start right here. Slowing down at the 2K for David. Exiting at the 2K. Waiting for the all clear. David Newbern out of the hole in his 99 Pontiac Trans Am on his way to the half mile. 157 at the half mile. Slowing down at the mile. Clark Rosenstengel pulling up to the start line. Clark Rosenstengel on the go. A black 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. .211 at the half, ladies and gentlemen, shutting it down at the mile. 2:11 at the half. I understand Clark's going to be shooting for the mile tomorrow morning.
For the record, what he told me, he said tomorrow morning, you know, he's got the world's fastest spare at 264. He said tomorrow, he said he's shooting the breakfast, getting everything tomorrow morning, he's hydrated, with that. So I thought maybe you want to mention that. Yeah, we just talked. So my GoPro is in his car, so I'll have all that footage later on too. Tomorrow morning.
All right, so I just heard it from a good, reliable source that tomorrow morning he's going to be shooting for a record tomorrow morning. And we'll see what happens with that for the mile. Shooting for a record in the mile tomorrow morning. That'll be exciting. Clark Rosenstengel, 2:11 at the half mile just now. And tomorrow morning he'll be shooting for a record in the mile in the morning.
Tomorrow morning, you'll be shooting for a record in the mile in the morning.
Yeah, I didn't realize I'm like, this guy, he is special. You know, when he drives, pulls it around 6 weeks and drag week, pull the little trailers and
Richard Prang on the go, ladies and gentlemen, in his 02 Suzuki Hayabusa. And if you Google Clark Rosenstengel, you can see what he does in terms of all this racing that he does. And if you look real close at that Camaro that he just raced, you can see a trailer hitch on it. That's right. He does a lot of drag and driving. 178 at the half for Richard Prang, 197 at the mile, and slowing it down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen. Rick Prosser just pulled up to the start line, driving his KTM 22 KTM. No sidecar on at the moment. Andy Waddell pulling up, messing with Rick. Hey, Andy, can you hear me? And Rick is on the go. Hitting it hard. I can hear him hitting it hard. Looking for that 115 at the half. Let's see if that pops up. What's he get at the half? Sounds like he's hitting it hard. You hitting it hard, Rick? $110 and a half at the half, 111 at the 3/4 for Rick. Oh, looks like Keith Turk is going to be doing the push driving for Rick Lynn. Now that's exciting right there. 112 at the mile for a Rick Processor, 117 at the 2K. Nice run, Rick. Andy Waddell in his Corvette waiting at the start line, waiting for the clear sign. Andy Waddell out of the start line, or I should say leaving the start line. Rick Lind being pushed up to the start line. Fresh from Pikes Peak with a truck he built. Look at that truck. Being pushed by Keith Turk. 157 at the half mile for Andy, 186 at the mile. 200 at the 2K for Andy Waddell. I'll tell you something about Andy. He lives 700 miles from here, and he drives that Corvette here, and he drives it home. Yes, sir. That's a street legal vet that he drives back and forth and races the stew out of it here. It does 200 miles an hour by the 2K, and he drives it back and forth. All right. All right. Rick Lind is on the go. Nice push off by Keith Turk. Interesting fellow, that Keith Turk. I think if you Google him, you might find out some interesting facts about Keith Turk. Rick Lynn, 150 miles an hour at the half, 163 at the 3/4, 174 at the mile. And the 2K, what do we say at the 2K? Slowing it down at the 2K, getting ready for the turnoff. The belly tank, a flathead powered belly tank, folks. Tackman Car Club, a cool car. And he's clear to go. Bert Heath, 1950s belly tank Lakester. Corvette pulling into the start lane. That flathead sounds good. $117 at the half mile, folks. Yeah, it sounds like it might be having a little problem there. 134 at the mile, 142 at the 2K. Bob Veroni just leaving the start line, ladies and gentlemen. 03 Chevrolet Corvette. $145 at the half, folks. $160 at the 3/4, $172 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. Toby Whitehead's just been given the all clear sign, 665 on the car. That's a beautiful looking Camaro right there. The M2K crew looking on, taking pictures. Camaro leaving very briskly, clean leave. 195 at the half mile. Woo! 244 at the mile. Is that good for you guys? Slowing down at the 2K to 238. Cindy Martin at the start line. Hey, are you guys happy with 244? They be ignoring me. All right, Cindy Martin's been released. All right, front wheel up in the air, Cindy Martin style. $181 at the half, $187 at the 3/4, $194 at the mile, $203 at the 2K for Cindy Martin. Every time she rides that bike, it gets faster and faster, folks. Pay attention. Need some bike help? Cindy's the girl to go to. Another M2K car right here, folks. All right, they've been released. Course is clear. Window up, visor down. Nice launch. 2018 Camaro, John Bader. Making a nice launch. 189 at the half. 229 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. Kelly Bice out of the box. '09 Chevrolet Corvette. Pop in the box at the starting line, gave me a heart attack. 2:17 at the half. That's faster than the last time, Sharan. Slowing down at the mile. Hey, every little bit counts. Nice Harley pulling into the starting line. 3 fast cars. How do you spell M2K? Go fast. Huh. I guess they can't. John leaving the start line in his '99 Confederate Harley Davidson. Rick Prosser just pulled into the start line. John making his way to the half at 140 miles an hour. Got a Hellcat wide body getting ready. 127 at the mile. Oh, he's just running a half mile, John is. Rick gonna be next. Rick Prosser just been released. Rick Prosser at the half, 110 miles an hour. $113 at the mile.
113 at the mile.
117 at the 2K. We'll finish up that run for Rick.
117 at the 2K. We'll finish up that run for Rick.
Joe Wachter just left the starting line in his 21 Dodge Challenger wide body. At the half, he's running 145. In the mile, it's 163.
In the mile, it's 163.
At the 2K, 173.
At the 2K, 173.
Waiting patiently for the all clear is Brad Sather in the 69 Pontiac Firebird.
Brad St. 69 Pontiac.
The team name is Team BBT Fabrication from Georgetown, Texas. We've just received the all clear and he just left. It's a really nicely done Pontiac Firebird 69 vintage. It's the current ECTA mile and 2K class record holder. It's an all aluminum built Pontiac 482 Butler motor, twin turbo motor. 163 at the half. 6-speed manual transmission. 200 at the mile and 213 at the 2K. And the crew seems to be very excited, and I don't blame them. I do. Nothing like an excited crew. We're going to have a party tonight, boys.
Like an excited crew. We're going to have a party tonight, boys.
They might be buying tonight.
Yep. 200 in the mile.
They might be buying tonight.
They'll be very happy.
100 in the mile. They'll be very happy.
Trip Carter just left the starting line, 24 Corvette. I think it's a Z06.
Yes, 186 in the 2K.
150 and a half, 174 in the mile, and 186 in the 2K.
174 in the mile and 186 in the 2K.
Richard Prang just left the starting line riding his 02 Habusa. 180 at the half, folks. 198 at the mile.
180 at the half, folks. 198 at the mile.
Slowing down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen, just driving the mile.
Slowing down at the 2K, ladies and gentlemen, just driving the mile.
Edward Main's just been released on his 12 Kawasaki ZX14R. Extended swing arm, headers, $182 at the half, $201 at the mile for Edward Maines, $210 at the 2K.
210 at the 2K.
Yeah, he said, I'm so close to 200 mile club, I want it. That's what he just told me. I think 196, something close to 197 is the best run he just told me.
Derek Maines sitting at the starting lines is trying his darndest to get into the 2 club this weekend. Hit it, man. Driving a 16 Kawasaki Ninja 1614R. 171 at the half. Keep it up. 181 at the 3/4 and 188 at the mile. 197 at the 2K.
188 at the mile, 197 at the 2K.
Mustang sitting at the starting line.
Mustang sitting at the starting line.
Colt. Didn't our Dan have a Mustang this weekend?
Didn't our Dan have a Mustang this weekend?
Michael in his 2020 Ford Mustang leaving the start line. Rick Processor pulling into the start line. Giancarlo Willie up here at the start line doing videos. So if you're not supposed to be here this weekend, you might be in trouble.
If you're not supposed to be here this weekend, you might be in trouble.
142 at the half, 166 at the mile for Michael in his 2020 Ford Mustang, 176 at the 2K. That's a legit Ford Mustang too, folks. He drives that on the street.
That's a legit Ford Mustang too, folks. He drives that on the street.
Rick Processor making phone calls. Probably learning how to ride that bike.
Phone call. Probably learning how to ride that bike.
All right, Rick Prosser just was released.
All right, Rick Foster just was released.
$110 at the half. $114 at the mile.
114 at the mile.
$117 at the 2K.
117 at the
And we're waiting for Rick to clear so we can get Jenny on the go.
Rick to clear, so we can get Jenny on the go.
All right, Jenny on the go. '07 Habusa. Heading towards the half. $156 at the half for Jenny. 180 at the mile. 196 at the 2K. Andy Waddell coming into the starting line. I guess we start calling him Mr. 200.
He said it's Mr. 201, not Mr. 200.
Andy Waddell is leaving the starting line. The Z06 Corvette pulling into the start line. At the half, I'm sorry. Oh, wait a second. At the 1 mile, 187, the 2 kilometer, 200.
1 mile, 187.
Oh my God!
200.
Yes, Mr. 200-mile-an-hour guy. He put 201, so you can see he is shooting for another record. He will do it this weekend, guys.
Mark Hadings just leaving the start line.
Mark Hades just
24 Corvette, 151 at the half mile. Got a couple of bikes fixing to come up to the start line momentarily. 175 at the mile.
come up to the start line momentarily.
186 at the 2K.
186 at the 2K.
Chris Poland getting ready to make his pass on the 24 Kawasaki H2R, just leaving the start line right now. Sounded like a missed shift right there, but he's picking it up again. Listen to that thing sing. 168 at the half mile, 185 at the 3/4 mile, 195 at the miles, 206 at the 2K.
206 at the 2K.
And slowing it down.
And slowing it down.
Derek Maines out of the box on the 16 Ninja ZX14R. Rick Prosser pulling into the box. At the half mile, 174 for Derek. Should be at the 3/4 right now, 183 flat. 189 at the mile. What's he doing at the 2K? Speeding up, 197 at the 2K.
Speeding up, 197 at the 2K.
Rick Prosser at the starting line. Sands, the sidecar, just motorcycle.
The sidecar, just motorcycle.
Still the KTM.
Still the KTM.
Rick Prosser out of the box at the half mile, 109. Half mile, the 3/4 comes up pretty quickly. It's the mile comes up pretty quickly. 114 at the mile. And the 2K at 117 for Rick Prosser.
And the 2K at 117.
So I know how archaic it is. You got, everybody shooting, everybody wanting to go home, and I see it. But then, like you shut down there, I don't know if you know, it's like a little bit of relief. And I see that and appreciate it, and I just want to appreciate that. If we on Facebook Reels, probably the biggest weekend.
Jenny Bales, 07 Suzuki Hayabusa, out of the starting line.
The GoPro don't actually put a bottle of water in the bag. Yeah, the GoPro don't get hot. Hey, something cold, drink them.
No half mile, but 190 at the mile, 205 at the 2K for Jenny Bales.
For Jenny Bales.
Z06 vet waiting at the start line, waiting for the all clear from the tower.
06 vet waiting at the start.
Got a motorcycle waiting behind the Z06.
Motorcycle waiting behind the 06.
And we are scheduled to shut down at 6 o'clock. But I'm not sure if that's carved in stone or not. I will let you know.
I'm not sure if that's carved in stone or not. I will let you know.
Mark Heiding's just been released. He's driving a 24 Corvette and heading towards the half. Motorcycle sitting at the start line. $153 at the half, $165 at the 3/4, $177 at the mile, and $187 at the 2K. Chris Poland just left the starting line. Nice launch, actually. Cindy Martin approaching the start line. 158 at the half. $170 at the mile.
170 at the mile.
176 at the 2K.
176 at the 2K.
Cindy Martin just was released. She'll be leaving momentarily. Driving a new bike for her, 23 YZF R1M. Wheel up. Nice launch. Man, this sounds like a good run. 183 at the half. 190 at the 3/4. 197 at the mile. 205 at the 2K. Man, that thing's picked up a lot of speed since you started earlier today. All right, if you want to learn how to tune your motorcycle, check out Cindy Martin. She'll help you out. Rob Veroni has been released. He's driving his '03 Corvette. All right, ladies and gentlemen, staging lanes are closing at 5:50. 5:50. Staging lanes are closing at 5:50. $145 at the half, $162 at the 3/4, $174 at the mile. Slowing down at the 2K. Richard Prang in his Hayabusa just left the starting line. Oop. And Rick Prosser is back at the start line. 179 at the half for Richard Prang. 190 at the 3/4. 197 at the mile. And slowing down at the 2K. Richard Prosser heading towards the half, ladies and gentlemen. $111 at the half. $112 at the 3/4. $114 at the mile. And $116 at the 2K. Bill Schneider on the go in his '06 NASCAR Cup car.
NASCAR Cup car.
155 at the half. 191 at the mile. 202 at the 2K. Staging lanes will be closed at 10 minutes to 6. 10 minutes to 6, staging lanes will be
10
closed.
minutes to 6. 10 minutes to 6, staging lanes will be closed.
Jamie Ham just leaving the start line in the 94 Dodge Viper. Motorcycle pulling into the start line.
Motorcycle pulling into
Waiting for the all clear.
waiting for the all clear.
Derek Maines. Derek Maines is leaving the start line in his 16 Ninja ZX14R. 143 at the half. Kawasaki Ninja pulling into the start line. 184 at the mile for Derek. 197 at the 2K.
197 at the 2K.
Staging lanes will be closed at 10 minutes to 6. That gives you about 20 minutes. 10 minutes to 6, the staging lanes will be closed.
10 minutes to 6 to stay.
Tomorrow being Saturday, the sponsor gates will open at 6:30. Sponsor gates will open at 6:30. General gates will open at 7:30. And also at 7:30, tech and registration will open. At 8 o'clock, the race day begins. 8 a.m., the race day begins at 8 o'clock. And from 12 to 12:30 is the lunch break, the rookie meeting, and the course drive. And then at 6 o'clock, the race day ends. This is all for tomorrow. And then from 6 to 6:30 is more race meet, rookie meetings, and course drive. But we'll repeat some of that for tomorrow. But just remember that we'll get into it. All right, Edward Maines left the starting line in his Ninja 14R, 180 at the half, 200 at the mile, 208 at the 2K. Waiting for the all clear, Ron Keselowski is up here again in his 63 Corvette. He's received the all clear. Let's see what he runs this time. .216 and a half, 242 at the 3/4, 262 in the mile. All right, Ron runs a 262.850 in the mile. Z06 Corvette pulling into the start line. Gonna have a motorcycle behind that, Corvette behind that.
Gonna have a motorcycle behind that, Corvette behind that.
Doug Redicott has just been cleared to make his run. 24. 24 Corvette Z06. 152 at the half.
152 at the half.
175 at the mile.
175 at the mile.
186 at the 2K. Cindy Martin pulling in to the starting line.
186 at the 2K. Cindy Martin pulling in to the starting line.
Staging lanes will be closing in 10 minutes. Staging lanes will be closing in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Staging lanes will be closing in 10 minutes. Staging lanes will be closing in 10 minutes.
Staging lanes will be closing in 10 minutes.
All right, Cindy Martin out of the box in her Yamaha YZF R1M 186 at the half. A wheels up launch, as is typical for her. Andy Waddell pulling into the starting line. 191 at the mile. 195 at the 2K.
195 at the 2K.
Mr. 201 at the starting line.
Mr. 201 at the starting line.
All right, Andy Waddell's been cleared to go, and he's leaving. $156 at the half. 184 at the mile.
184 at the mile.
198 at the 2K.
198 at the 2K.
Fred Giamo at the starting line.
Fred Giamo at the starting line.
And Fred hits the half at 180 miles an hour. The mile at 2:04 for Fred. 2:13 at the 2K. And I hear him de-accelerating. Dang. That's making some tracks. Good for you, Fred. Congratulations. All right, Rick Prosser is at the starting line.
All right, Rick Foster at the starting line.
5 more minutes, folks. 5 more minutes for the staging lanes, and then they'll be closed. 5 more minutes for the staging lanes, and then they will be closed. All right, Rick runs 1:10 at the half. 1:10 at the half, ladies and gentlemen. 1:13 at the mile for Rick. 1:13.
113 at the mile for Rick. 113.
And 1:16 finishes up Rick's run at the 2K.
116 finishes up Rick's run at the 2K.
Chris Poland waiting for the all clear sign at the starting line. 24
The all clear sign.
H2R.
24 H2R.
At the half, it's 190. At the 3/4, it's 198. At the 1 mile, it's 205. And at the 2K, 210. That is a loud motorcycle.
That is a loud motorcycle.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 more minutes before the staging lanes are closed. 5 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
The staging lanes are closed.
5 more minutes, and we will be closing the staging lanes for the evening.
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
For the evening. 5 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's racing, Saturday, race day starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. racing starts tomorrow, and it's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow.
8 a.m. racing starts tomorrow, and it's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow.
David Newbern coming around again. Don't forget to watch Newbern and Cotton.
Newbern coming around again. Don't forget to watch Newbern and
David Newbern at the start line as we speak, one of the last vehicles to run for the evening.
as we speak, one of the last vehicles to run
99 Pontiac Trans Am on the Motor Trend channel, Newbern and Cotton.
on the Motor Trend channel, Newbern and Cotton.
Back of the line, another 50 feet, have to get loose on the intake, tighten it up, back here, on the last people running. Ready? Yeah, you're good.
$160 at the half.
160 and a half.
right, ladies and gentlemen, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed.
Ladies and gentlemen, staging lanes are closed.
And,
Staging
and
lanes
court,
are closed. And court.
staging lanes are closed, ladies and staging lanes are closed, and we are on a course hold for a couple of minutes.
Staging lanes are closed, and we are on a course hold for a couple of minutes.
It sounded good. Yeah, a little bit. It sounded like bumpy, almost like a flat tire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. What is left are the last vehicles for the night. Staging lanes are closed.
Staging lanes are closed.
Kelly Bice making her last pass for the evening in her 09 Corvette, just leaving the starting line. 2:18 at the half. 2:18 at the half. 2:42 at the 3/4. Slowing down at the mile. 2:42 for Kelly Bice at the 3/4.
42 for Kelly Bice at the 3/4.
James Wachter in the vintage stock car, 22 and below,
James Walker, the vintage stock car, 22 and
been released. Rick Prosser just pulled into the starting line. No sidecar for tonight. 156 at the half.
156 at the half.
165 at the 3/4. 175 at the mile.
165.
Finishing off 183 at the 2K.
Finishing off 180.
Rick Prosser waiting to take his turn.
Rick Prosser waiting to take his turn.
Mr. Richard, how are you tonight? How are you tonight?
Mr. Richard, how are you? How are you tonight?
Richard Prosser has been released.
Richard Prosser has been released.
He is leaving the start line, folks. Speed shifting, moving that elbow, going through those gears, hunting for the first half mile, folks. In his 22 KTM, no sidecar, 112 miles an hour at the half.
12 miles an hour at the half.
Yeah.
113 at the mile.
113 at the
117 at the 2K.
He got his hand down another inch.
117 at the 2K.
Okay, 350. Yeah. I would like to bring my Goldwing out one time, but I know I'd get stupid and probably end up killing myself. So, no. Yeah, yeah. It wouldn't want it to be me.
James Leggett driving his 2020 BMW M8 Competition Coupe.
James Leggett driving his 2020 BMW M8 competition.
157 at the half.
157 at the half.
163 at the mile. 133 at the 2K.
But you're getting a lot now.
133 at the 2K.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last vehicle, Fred Giammi on his 09 Kawasaki ZX14 Ninja. Our last rider for this evening. Racing will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., folks. 8 a.m. Racing will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Fred will be our last competitor for this evening.
Fred will be our last competitor for this evening.
$149.8 at the half mile for Fred.
149.8 at the half mile for Fred.
166 at the mile.
166 at
183 at the 2K.
183 at the 2K.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us today. We've enjoyed your company. Thank you for your participation. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Enjoyed your company.
Have a good night.
Thank you for your participation. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Have a good night.